Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, we take a look at a new technology called the Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SATS. We'll see how this program will revolutionize air travel as we know it, and we'll visit its historic rollout event in Danville, Virginia. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to this edition of Destination Tomorrow.
On this episode, we'll be focusing on the Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SATS.
Throughout NASA's history, its researchers have developed cutting-edge aeronautical systems for use in commercial, military, and general aviation aircraft. Although much of the spotlight goes to commercial and military aircraft, general aviation has greatly benefited by the work done at NASA. One of the most recent programs that helps promote and bring these smaller aircraft to the forefront is the SATS program.
The thought behind SATS is simple. Reduce the congestion and safety problems of our highways and airways by using small aircraft as a travel alternative. As anyone who lives in a large city can attest, our highway systems are frequently plagued with traffic jams and accidents, while the nation's 30 major airports are overwhelmed with increased flights, frequent delays, and flight cancellations. If SATS is implemented, the result will be a more distributed air transportation system that will use thousands of underutilized airports throughout the nation. Its focus is to prove that small aircraft can enable safe and affordable access to virtually any runway in the nation in most weather conditions. SATS will offer on-demand, point-to-point, widely distributed transportation systems by relying on advanced 4 to 10 passenger aircraft that use new, state-of-the-art operating capabilities. Such a system promises improved safety, efficiency, reliability, and affordability for small aircraft operating within the nation's public use landing facilities.
SATS is a partnership among various organizations, including NASA, the FAA, the U.S. aviation industry, state and local officials, and universities. The United States Congress funded the program with $9 million for fiscal year 2001 and budgeted $69 million for a 5-year proof of concept period. If implemented, SATS will reduce transportation times to more communities by half in 10 years and by 2/3 in 25 years. Starting in 2001, NASA and its partners were given 5 years to prove that SATS could increase high-volume operations at airports without control towers or terminal radar facilities, devise technologies enabling safe landings at more airports in almost all weather conditions, integrate SATS aircraft into a higher capacity air traffic control system, and improve single pilot ability to function in the national airspace.
The culmination of these efforts were highlighted at the SATS rollout event in Danville, Virginia. To help us understand how SATS may change all of our lives, Tonya St. Romain attended the SATS event and had the opportunity to speak to some of the key players.
If you ask almost any air traveler what they think of the current air system, you might hear some grumbling. Although the current aviation system is very effective, it's beginning to reach its limits. Currently, long lines, frequent delays, and crowded skies are bringing the current aviation system to the brink. And with an estimated 1 billion passengers flying by the year 2014, increased environmental constraints, and new security threats, change needs to be made now to reverse this downward spin. But what can be done to help? Well, today we're out here in Danville, Virginia for the historic rollout of the Small Aircraft Transportation System, or SATS. This new system could take a lot of the headaches out of flying. NASA, along with the FAA and the aviation industry, have teamed up and are out here demonstrating these new aircraft systems and how the technologies inside this aircraft could revolutionize flight as we know it.
SATS is basically a vision, okay? And that vision is a new way to provide transportation using small airports for people to go and come when they want to. What is a major part of that is the use of the small airplanes. There's a whole new generation of small jets and advanced general aviation aircraft that have technologies that are being developed that make them easier to fly and make them more reliable. And using those, you can fly from your neighborhood airport. What this would mean is that you want to go visit grandma. You go to your neighborhood airport, maybe she lives 600 miles away. You never went through a hub or a spoke. You never changed planes. You never went through all of the frustrations and difficulties that you have today on whether your flight's going to go cancel or this type of thing. I think the analogy for SATS today goes back to many years ago where trains took people from city to city. And if you wanted to go to those cities, the train was very good. It worked real well. If you wanted to go places that the trains didn't go, once you got to the city, you had to find some sort of transportation to get you where you wanted to go. Maybe it was horseback, maybe it was wagons, this type of thing. And to meet the need to go where people want to go, automobiles were invented. Today, I think that the airlines are like the trains were many years ago, and they don't take people to where they want to go. So you need some sort of means to go to communities that their commercial airplanes don't go. SATS is sort of like the cars. It's the beginning of the movement to take people point to point from where they live to where they want to go, instead of going to places that you don't want to go to get to places that you do, which is the best way to describe commercial air today. It's a very efficient system. It works well. It's very crowded. It's a wonderful way of transportation, but it doesn't take people where they want to go, when they want to go. It doesn't consider the value of an individual's time. SATS is about time. It's about using your time wisely and doing it in an affordably and safe manner.
The way the technology plan came together was, we got a group of really smart folks together, sat around the table actually for almost a year, trying to work our way through, how is it that the technologies lead to the ability to operate in the airspace in ways you cannot operate today effectively, affordably, safely? And how might those technologies enable an industry to do things they can't do now? And so we looked at the fact that about 98% of the nation's population lives within about a 30-minute drive of an airport like Danville, Virginia, or like the one I live near in Williamsburg, Virginia. Except that those airports don't have the navigation aids and the communication capabilities that are necessary if you want to have truly reliable access in the air. And so how might you put the technology in the aircraft instead of on the ground? And that's the question we started with, and then that led to the ideas of what we call higher volume operations at airports that don't have towers, don't have instrument landing systems, don't have radar, don't have voice communications. And yet if you just simply put this capability in the aircraft, when the aircraft arrives, it brings everything it needs. Well, what a concept, we thought. And so that became one of the drivers behind moving this idea forward. And then we looked at, well, what about operating up and away in the altitudes en route with everyone else? How do we stay out of everybody's way? So we looked at technologies that can help with that as well. And then we spent some time trying to understand the economics and how it plays out in people's lives.
Currently in the U.S., there are about 3,400 small community airports which are being underutilized. Most of these airports are so small, they don't even have a radar or towers to control aircraft. The SATS program has developed technologies that would allow us to finally begin to utilize these airports to their full potential. This new system will allow new classes of aircraft, including very light jets and other advanced small planes, to use these neighborhood airports to fly people from place to place rather than relying solely on the hub and spoke airport model of today. That means a family will be able to go to their community airport, take a plane to grandma's neighborhood airport 600 miles away, and never have to go through a major hub or change planes. And with most Americans living within a convenient 30-minute drive from one of these small community airfields, the SATS program will prove to be a perfect fit.
One reason the airport in Danville was chosen for the rollout was its size and relative proximity to cities like Washington, D.C. and Raleigh, North Carolina. Later, we'll head back to Tonya at the expo, but first,
did you know that per capita, Alaska has 6 times as many pilots as anywhere else in the United States? Alaska encompasses more than 500,000 square miles of land, which includes glaciers, mountains, and tundra, which are largely inaccessible by vehicle or boat. Many pilots in Alaska are called bush pilots, which refer to the remote and mostly remote areas of Alaska called the bush. In fact, piloting is so prevalent that 1 out of every 64 residents has a pilot's license.
During the 5-year proof of concept period for SATS, a great deal of technology was developed and tested. Today, many manufacturers are taking much of this technology and implementing it into newer models of their aircraft, and are even designing new types of very light jets, thanks to the groundwork provided by NASA and its partners. Well, let's rejoin Tonya in Danville to find out more about some of this new technology.
Now, many of the technology areas that you see here were developed by industry, by the SATS labs. But NASA typically works with the people in industry to develop technologies if we don't do the research that comes up with new technologies. The FAA is basically the people that manage or oversee or regulate operations. So they're working with us and they help us to understand how technologies are going to be deployed, what is the impact with regard to the operation of the FAA. They help us make sure that they're usable and useful, okay? And then you have the private sector. They're the ones that take technologies and turn them into products. And so you got everybody coming together to make this happen. It makes sense. Brings it to the market and you end up with a product that's usable, one that people are looking forward to using.
The feedback has been very, very positive. We're able to actually do SATS type of operations with some of today's modern propeller airplanes. Some markets are such that you really don't want to go that far, and you don't need to travel that long, but it can take a 4 or 5 hour automobile trip into about a 30-minute trip in a light propeller-driven airplane. That's a very modern airplane. These airplanes are equipped with technologies that didn't exist 10 years ago. Everything from parachutes to in-flight information systems that provide the pilot a lot of safety.
Coming up, we'll find out about some safety devices now being built into small aircraft. But first, did you know that a device nicknamed the chicken gun is used to evaluate bird strikes against aircraft? Although birds seem harmless in the air, they can prove to be devastating for an aircraft if they are ingested into the engine or strike a windshield. In fact, since 1912, at least 300 people have been killed since the first fatality was reported due to bird strikes. To help validate and develop testing on aircraft canopies and windshields, the relatively low-tech chicken gun located at Arnold Air Force Base uses high-pressure air to fire chicken carcasses directly at aircraft. The chicken is fired from a 60-foot-long launch tube at speeds exceeding 900 miles per hour to simulate a direct bird strike. This data is used to determine the ability of the aircraft to withstand the impact and the damage caused during the strike. This technology has been used to improve designs and materials to make aircraft safer. This facility also helped support NASA's Space Shuttle Return to Flight program by launching hundreds of foam projectiles made of materials used on the shuttle's external tank. These shots simulate pieces of external tank foam breaking away from the tank during flight and striking various parts of the space shuttle, such as the solid rocket booster.
One of the key factors that will encourage members of the general public to use the SAT system will be safety. Currently, there are well over 250,000 active general aviation airplanes around the world. Unfortunately, about 1 in every 300 of these planes are involved in an accident every year. To make general aviation flying safer, NASA has funded an innovative new parachute recovery system which, when deployed, may actually allow pilots to walk away from what could have been a catastrophic accident. With systems like this aboard, flying will become much safer. Here's Tonya to explain.
The sight of small aircraft flying around our skies is a familiar one to most of us. These small general aviation, or GA planes, are favorites of private pilots, small businesses, and flight schools because of their relative low cost and the freedom they provide. Although these aircraft are very safe, about 1,600 of them are involved in accidents every year, and quite often, these accidents can be fatal. In an effort to prevent many of these accidents from becoming fatal, NASA has funded an innovative program which uses a ballistic parachute mounted on the plane, which when deployed can actually save the plane and the passengers from a catastrophic accident. I spoke with Lisa Jones at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Parachute recovery systems are not new. They've been used to return our astronauts from the moon, the Apollo program for instance. They've been applied to the military aircraft such as the F-11 crew escape module. It floats down on a parachute recovery system. Now they're being applied to general aviation aircraft. And in the structural designs, this is a good way to save money and weight because you can actually design a structure to support the parachute system.
The parachute works like this. During an emergency event, if the pilot feels that he's about to lose control of the aircraft or has lost control, he must turn off the engine, then simply pull firmly on the parachute release handle located above his head. The parachute, which is propelled by a solid fuel rocket motor, is released from a special opening on top the fuselage. 3 Kevlar straps connect the parachute to the airframe and help slow the aircraft, guiding it through a level descent. Although the parachute system already has 155 saves with ultralight aircraft, the first save in a general aviation plane came in October of 2002, with the aircraft suffering little damage and the pilot walking away from the crash with no injuries at all. So Lisa, is this parachute system just for new aircraft, or can it be retrofitted on older planes?
Parachute system design can be incorporated into older aircraft designs. It's just you would have to do some modification to the structure, make sure that the structure could handle the loads the system puts on the airframe, and also be certified for it.
Lisa, what are some situations where a pilot would need to use this device?
As a pilot can tell you, there's many times when things will go bad quickly when flying. So there are many different scenarios where the system may be deployed.
Some situations where a parachute recovery system could be used are loss of control of the aircraft due to icing, engine failure, and airframe structural failure. One of the most common causes of general aviation aircraft accidents is pilot disorientation. Many pilots are only rated to operate an aircraft under visual flight rules, or VFR. But in order to fly in bad weather, a pilot should also be able to fly under IFR, or instrument flight rules. If a visual flight rules rated pilot encounters weather where he can't see visual landmarks outside the plane, then spatial disorientation can occur. When this happens, the pilot literally cannot determine if his plane's in level flight or if it's turning or banking. Very frequently, the VFR pilot will rely on his instincts rather than his instruments, which can lead to a catastrophic outcome. With the parachute recovery system on board, no matter what the situation, the pilot has one last best option to save not only the aircraft, but most importantly, the lives of everyone on board. I know this is being used for general aviation aircraft, but is there a chance that it could be used on larger planes?
I think it can be applied to some of the business jets where you're talking about 10, 12, 14 passenger perhaps. That would have to be really investigated closely. But for application to a transport, you're not going to see that. The structural requirements for the aircraft would be enormous to handle that, as well as the design characteristics for the chute itself to be able to take the energy of a large transport. So you're not going to be able to use this efficiently on anything of much size greater than a general aviation aircraft.
So Lisa, why is NASA working on this type of project?
NASA has a program called the Aviation Safety Program. And in that, we're looking at different types of things to improve safety everywhere. Some of that in the early part of the program was focused on general aviation. There are 1,000 lives a year lost to general aviation accidents. And this type of system can really improve those numbers and hopefully get those down where we see a lot more people walking away from accidents.
Other safety devices are also being used on a number of small aircrafts, such as improved seat belts, energy-absorbing seats, and even airbags. In a moment, we'll go back to Tonya to find out about some other safety technologies in SATs. But first,
Did you know the idea of personal flight has been in the public consciousness for quite a while? As early as 1898, even before the Wright brothers' first flight at Kitty Hawk, Scientific American ran an article about the possibility of flight entitled "The Horseless Carriage of the Next Generation." In 1926, automotive tycoon Henry Ford designed and introduced the Ford Flying Flivver, which was designed for one passenger. And in late 1933, Eugene Vidal, the head of the Bureau of Air Commerce during the Roosevelt administration, announced that the government would spend $500,000 to produce a poor man's airplane. He promised a 2- or 3-seat all-metal machine costing $700, about the price of an automobile. Although many of these ideas never took off, flying has remained an interest for many. Today, some 650,000 individuals hold a U.S. pilot certificate of some kind, ranging from student pilot to airline transport pilot. With the introduction of SATs, personal flying is not only possible, but viable.
One of the key factors that will help this technology is its safety and reliability. What makes it both safe and reliable are the technologies in the cockpit that will help the pilot fly the airplane more easily. These cockpit devices will allow the pilot to know exactly where he is, where other traffic and bad weather is, and even be able to see through bad weather. A technology called synthetic vision will allow pilots to actually see obstacle and terrain even in the worst weather conditions. What synthetic vision does is provide the flight crew with a visual picture of the terrain by using GPS and navigation graphics that show a 3D display in the cockpit. This display gives the pilot a moving picture of where the airplane is in respect to the terrain, airport, and obstacles.
The SATS program is not designed to take over for commercial aircraft. The idea is that SATS will be integrated into the current overtaxed system. Researchers believe that SATS and larger commercial aircraft can work together.
Clearly, we don't want to get in the way of the large airplanes. It doesn't make sense for a 2-passenger or 4-passenger airplane to get in a queue, get in a line with 300-passenger airplanes at big airports. But what is nice about SATS is SATS operates literally below the radar in underutilized airspace. So you connect small communities together and you fly below the airlines. You're not going into the big airports where the big airlines are already congested and having challenges anyway. You're independent. And if our technologies work in that lower airspace, gradually the technologies will migrate. Instead of from the big airplanes to the small, will migrate from the small airplanes to the big airplanes, and the two systems will come together in an integrated way. So in 20 years, perhaps everybody will be flying SATs. There will just be big SATs and little SATs. So gradually we will see these opportunities emerge. Gradually communities will be connected. Gradually you and I will find ourselves flying more often than we are driving our car.
The idea for SATs is not very different than the idea of the interstate highway system of the 1950s. At that time, President Eisenhower made it a national priority to have an interstate system that would crisscross the United States, improving travel. Eisenhower first thought of this idea in 1919 when he participated in the U.S. Army's first transcontinental motor convoy from Washington, D.C. to San Francisco. On the way west, the convoy experienced a series of mechanical difficulties because the roads were so bad that many of the vehicles got stuck in the mud on these unpaved roads. The trip that today would only take about 5 days took Eisenhower's convoy a total of 62 days to complete. The idea for the interstate system in the U.S. came up again in the winter and early spring of 1945 when General Eisenhower saw the advantages Germany enjoyed because of their Autobahn network. After he was elected president in 1953, he made the decision to have a similar system here in the U.S. It took some time, but in 1957, the interstate system officially began being constructed and is now an integral part of all of our lives. Many at NASA hope that in 50 years from now, people will look at the SAT system in a similar way.
Much the same as the interstate highway system allowed the diffusion of economic opportunity to a vastly greater geographical area. This innovation, using smaller aircraft and smaller airports for public transportation, can diffuse economic opportunity and therefore quality of life and standard of living to places that are not connected in the hub and spoke system, and other than by long drives on the highway. So I think that what it means is the ability to choose where you want to work, where you want to play, where you want to learn in new ways that are less dependent on the old 20th century infrastructure. From the standpoint of the industry, there's been a lot of great surprises. Could not have imagined the emergence of the very light jet segment of the industry. Very exciting. Also, could not have quite imagined the emergence of the use of the smaller piston aircraft for air cabs, if you will. I, in fact, arrived here in the message, so to speak, by coming into Danville from the airport near my house in Williamsburg, Virginia, in a trip that by ground would have taken 5 hours, by air took 50 minutes. So I am thrilled that we've come this far. I'm still very aware that there are many challenges, many big risks ahead. There are financial risks, there are technology risks that need to be dealt with in order for this to grow. I think the industry can start based on what we've done.
There's no doubt this is going to happen, but it'll happen in a transitional way, incrementally, a little bit at a time. You can't turn a switch and have SATs. So some of the technologies we're showing here will come to market next year, and they're in the certification path now. The industry guys will take them. Some of the challenging things that NASA has done particularly, and some of the things the FAA is working on, will take longer. We have the safest system in the world. The airlines are very heavily regulated. There are very strict rules for their operations. GA has a little more freedom and they go into airports that are smaller and less well equipped in today's world. We would like to change that so that the technologies that we are demonstrating here today in SATs make it safer, make the GA airplanes able to fly with more precision, make it easier and more intuitive for the pilots to be able to fly. More like driving a car, more people will be able to fly. So the FAA's regulations have to adapt to that, and it's a major undertaking to identify where the changes need to be, what those changes are, and at the same time never do anything that would harm the level of safety.
What people need to understand is that this transportation system can be affordable, it can be reliable, it can be extremely safe, and it can be user-friendly. That is, you can travel where you want, when you want, from point to point, and do it in a fashion that is at your schedule. We're not advocating if you try to go coast to coast in a small airplane. But if you want to go from Manassas, Virginia to Danville and come down here and see this expo, it's the best way to get here.
The SAT system is just the first step, but the technologies developed for this program will undoubtedly advance the future of aviation.
Who knows, maybe in the next 10 years we may have a completely new way to travel.
Well, that's all for this edition of NASA's Destination Tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us at NASA, we'll see you next time.
On this edition of Saving a Species, polar bears. They live in one of this planet's harshest environments.
With an exceptional mix of physical and behavioral adaptations.
Their survival comes down to their ability to find and conserve energy.
And our ability to reduce energy consumption.
Their environment is melting away and time is running out.
But there is hope, and more than ever, the solutions involve your everyday actions. Hello and welcome to Saving the Species. I'm Bill Street. For today's program, we've teamed up with experts from Polar Bears International. And with their help, we're going to show you stunning, rarely seen views of polar bears in the Arctic and the changes happening to their environment. But first, we need to kick this off with one very important idea. We're connected to polar bears in ways that affect their habitat and their survival. Our own Chuck Heroux explains.
It's hard to imagine a wilderness more inaccessible than the home of the polar bear. Only animals adapted to survive in the extreme cold stand a chance here. Among those animals, the polar bear is the epitome of specialized adaptation. You're looking at one of the Earth's top predators, but in its primary habitat, it usually doesn't see any land.
Now think about it. You're one of the toughest predators to ever walk the face of the Earth. But the Earth really isn't Earth at all. It's just a thin layer of frozen water. Now, no matter how tough you are, you're always vulnerable to one possibility. Turn up the temperature just a few degrees and everything you depend upon for survival could simply melt away.
You know, for most of us, this is about as close as we'll ever get to an actual polar bear. Places like SeaWorld's Wild Arctic can literally bring you nose to nose with polar bears. Whoa, that is pretty close, and it's really cool. But you know, your connection to and your impact on polar bears is a lot closer than you think. Let's start off with a little geography. Right now, I'm in Orlando, Florida, but let's say I want to hightail it over to San Diego, California. Well, it's not quite that easy. Truth is, I'd have to drive or fly about 2,400 miles. But hey, it's no big deal. People make this trip all the time, right? Now, let's say I'm back in Orlando. But this time, I want to go north to the closest known polar bear territory. Well, the southernmost range of polar bears in North America is only about 600 miles north of the U.S. border. That means my trip to see a polar bear would actually be shorter than my trip to San Diego.
Some polar bears live in Hudson Bay and Labrador, very close to the United States. But the entire range of polar bears includes 5 nations and vast expanses of frozen Arctic Ocean.
Humans aren't just close to polar bears geographically. The decisions we make and the things we do in our everyday home life are having a profound effect on polar bear habitat. Here's why. Many of the things that we do every day produce an invisible gas called carbon dioxide. Trust me, it's there. The carbon dioxide in our atmosphere is super important. It helps trap some of the sun's energy, kind of like a blanket, keeping the temperature just right. It's also one of the ingredients of photosynthesis, where carbon dioxide, along with water, produce energy and the oxygen that we breathe. Between carbon dioxide and oxygen, it's a constant, natural balancing act. But now, that balance is harder to come by. Every time we produce or burn energy, we usually release more carbon dioxide. And nowadays, we're using more energy than ever. And deforestation reduces our planet's ability to convert all this extra carbon dioxide into oxygen. Instead, that carbon dioxide is building up in the atmosphere. And now, add up all the carbon dioxide emissions from all the energy-consuming items that we use every day, and what you've got as a result is like someone throwing a second blanket over the Earth's atmosphere. Is it hot in here, or is it just me? It'd be great if we could somehow build a bubble around the Arctic and protect it from the rising temperatures and melting ice. But we can't.
The only solution that we can directly control is to change human behavior. We have to make smarter choices about our energy consumption. And that means smarter choices in just about everything we do, where we live and work, how we get around, and what we choose to eat. We need to choose, build, and live sustainably.
Easier said than done, right? Imagine I told you you had to adjust your thermostat, cut down on your time with a blow dryer, or tell mom she's got a carpool to work. Just how tough would that be? Let's find out. This is Spencer, and this is Spencer's family. They've agreed to help us with a little experiment. For the period of a week, Spencer will play Energy Cop, working to get his family to conserve energy wherever possible. Spencer will record whatever happens on camera, and we'll learn firsthand what it takes to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and hopefully make a positive difference for polar bears.
We'll have the results later in the program. But now it's time to turn our attention to the Arctic. As you're about to see, polar bears may be one of the strongest, most well-adapted animals in their domain. But even for them, survival in the Arctic is a daily struggle.
If you picture the Arctic as a lifeless frozen space, then get your head out of the freezer.
And get ready for the real Arctic.
I'm Tim.
And I'm Robin. And we're here to show you what it takes
to survive in the Arctic.
First, you've got to have the right gear for the job.
And polar bears have awesome gear for life in the Arctic.
Underneath all that fur, there's an incredibly thick hide. And underneath that thick hide are several inches of fat. It all serves as head-to-toe insulation.
In fact, polar bear insulation is so good that they're more likely to get overheated than to feel the effects of the cold. Now let's talk paws. A polar bear's paw is kind of like this multi-purpose tool with a lot of functions all in one. Thick, textured pads provide extra protection on sharp, broken ice and traction on slick, slippery ice.
Those paws are also super wide. I'm talking as wide as a dinner plate.
That extra width makes the paw more like an oar, allowing polar bears to paddle through icy waters and swim huge distances.
Large paws also serve another purpose, weight displacement. Despite their huge size, a bear's weight is distributed evenly, allowing them to stay high and dry on thin ice humans wouldn't dare set foot on.
Then there are the claws. Polar bear claws are short and strongly curved, almost like hooks, allowing the ice bear to grab and keep hold on even the slipperiest prey.
And look at these teeth, 42 of them, all designed for ripping and tearing at maximum speed.
And we can't forget the nose. A polar bear's nose is highly sensitive and helps with locating prey from great distances. They have one of the most sensitive noses in the animal world. It's clear, the polar bear is equipped to be the Arctic's most effective predator.
And even those visual details that make the polar bears seem so lovable, like cute little ears and a tiny tail.
That's not cute, that's function. Smaller extremities mean less heat loss. Everything about a polar bear is suited to the Arctic environment. And here's why that's important.
This is the true Arctic, a place that's always expanding, shrinking, a place where ice is always on the move. That means the bear's food source is always on the move. You tell them.
No, you're doing great.
Okay, fine. Look, here's the deal. A bear's primary food source is seals. I know they're adorable, but a bear's gotta make a living.
And boy, do they ever. With all that blubber, seals are a high-calorie, made-to-order package of perfect polar bear power.
So to understand what motivates a polar bear, you've got to understand what motivates a seal. And to do that, you've got to turn the world upside down.
Now imagine this cup of ice is the Arctic. Up top, everything is calm. But below the ice, sunlight is poking through.
That sunlight creates algae and tiny plant life. This algae and plant life serve as a food source for small invertebrates and tiny fish. And guess who enjoys eating the fish? Seals.
Seals hunt for food beneath the ice, but they're air-breathing mammals, so they dig and maintain breathing holes in the ice. These breathing holes help seals survive, but in some cases, it also spells their doom.
That's because the polar bear knows all about those breathing holes and is more than willing to wait it out for the next seal meal swimming just beneath the ice. More often than not, the wait doesn't pay off. But on those occasions when the seal finally does come up for air, that's it for the seal.
For the bear, this seems like a pretty sweet setup. But remember, this is the Arctic, and the Arctic is continually changing. Animals like ringed seals, bearded seals, and the Arctic fox all know they have to stay on the move and go where the food is. The same is true for polar bears.
So take that heavy insulation, the paws, the claws, the teeth, the nose, and all those special adaptations. And that would all be nothing if the polar bears didn't have a keen sense of food on the move.
It's the ability to follow food sources far and wide that may be the polar bear's greatest asset, and what puts this predator at the top of the Arctic food chain.
As Robin and Tim just explained, polar bears are perfectly suited for their environment. But that also means that they are completely dependent upon their environment. For polar bears, living on Arctic ice is the only option.
Even with all the adaptations that place them at the top of the Arctic food chain, polar bears still need to live by one unforgiving reality. The amount of energy spent has to be less than the amount of energy being taken in and stored. Consider this apple. It contains around 95 calories. At most, I'll burn a couple of calories in the process of grabbing it and eating it. Nutritionally, that's a pretty good deal. Hey! Now, let's say someone takes that same apple and places it in a really high place. To get that same 95 calories, I now have to climb up the tree and climb back down. In the process, I could lose hundreds of calories. Suddenly, this deal's looking like a bad apple. Here's how that principle applies to polar bears. Let's imagine a bear sees or smells many seals in the distance. She could dash around hoping to catch one, but most seals would hear her coming and escape. The energy consumed in that kind of hunt could outstrip the energy gained from eating a seal, even if she did catch it.
A better method is a slow, planned stalk. Bears can be very stealthy as they sneak up on a seal hauled out on the sea ice. The bear takes advantage of channels melted in the sea ice to keep a low profile and sneak up on the seal without being seen. The bear stays mostly hidden in the water with only its head and maybe its shoulders above the surface. The rest of the bear is down below, kind of like an iceberg. It takes some work, but this can be a pretty effective way for the polar bear to balance its energy output and its energy input.
Another highly effective hunting method is what's called still hunting. The bear uses the ice as a hunting platform and simply waits for a seal to come up for air at a breathing hole. The bear literally plucks the seal out of the hole. By waiting for the food to come to her, the bear has expended far less energy and has now gained all the calorie-filled fat and protein from an easier, quick kill. If polar bears were able to stay put in one place, then conserving energy wouldn't be as big of a deal. However, because ice changes with the seasons, the landscape, or rather icescape, is never the same. The ice is on the move, seals are on the move, and so then are polar bears. It may seem like a tough life, and it certainly isn't easy. But the balance between food source, miles traveled, and energy consumed works perfectly for the bear. That is, unless something comes along and changes the equation.
Polar bears live throughout the circumpolar Arctic, and therefore they experience a wide variety of sea ice types. But polar bears really make their living in what might be called the Arctic Ring of Life. This is shallow water areas adjacent to the northern coasts of the land masses that ring the Arctic. That ring of life depends on having a certain amount of ice in certain areas for a long enough period, but it is disappearing at an alarming rate.
Polar bears depend on sea ice, not just for hunting and traveling, but also for mating, and in some populations, for creating dens where mother polar bears nurture their young.
The only time you typically see polar bears hauled out on land is when they've been forced ashore as the sea ice has melted entirely. But there's nothing on land for them to eat that's as nutritious as the rich seals that they can catch when they're out on the sea ice. So they come ashore, they wait for the ice to return, and they're saving energy. They've slowed down and they're surviving on just the stored fat. that they hope will get them through until the sea ice and the food supply returns.
And that's the essential dilemma of a polar bear's existence. They may be the dominant animal on the ice, but if you put them anywhere else in the world, they wouldn't stand a chance. They're so perfectly adapted to life on the Arctic sea ice that for them, there's no other option. You take away the ice, and you take away the polar bear.
Remember though, when it comes to climate change and melting ice, it's not a hopeless situation. You can make a difference. Coming up, Chuck Carreau will share the results of our special energy savings experiment. One teenager trying to reduce his family's energy consumption.
They left every light in the house on because they were afraid of a scary movie, so I need to talk to them about that. Why is there a light on when nobody's in the room?
We'll have the full results in a few minutes. But first, another kind of challenge. There are still a lot of things that we don't know about polar bears. Filling those knowledge gaps requires risk, spirit, and a lot of innovation.
When it comes to studying polar bears, nothing is easy. The Arctic is one of the least accessible, harshest environments on Earth.
And the bears themselves, let's just say they're not the most cooperative subjects. Nobody knows that better than the researchers at Polar Bears International.
To get to know their subjects, they spend a lot of time on sea ice, watching, tracking, and observing polar bears in a way few people ever get to experience. So, let's hear them tell it.
The first rule to observing polar bears is to do no harm to the bears, and also to keep the observer out of harm's way. Sometimes we can do this with remote control cameras and cameras with long lenses, but if we really want to obtain meaningful data, that requires capturing, tagging, and radio collaring polar bears.
Our goal is to totally understand bear ecology and behavior, to find out where they go to mate, to have their cubs, what kind of food they catch, and it seems like on these questions we're learning something new almost every day.
But the most frequently asked question, and the one most difficult to answer, is
how many polar bears are there?
Scientists have been trying to answer that one for decades. Here's what we know.
Polar bears exist across 5 of the 8 nations that fall within the Arctic Circle and can be divided into 19 separate regional populations.
Add all those populations together, and the current estimate shows a total of about 20,000 polar bears.
You might think counting polar bears is a simple problem. The sea ice is wide open, not a lot of places for bears to hide.
A quick aerial survey should be able to settle the question pretty quickly.
I wish. When you see close-up footage like this, it's easy to forget how effective the polar bear's white camouflage can be.
But up in the air, it's a whole different story.
Polar bears are nothing more than small white dots on an impossibly large white background. A standard visual count just isn't going to do it. Forward-looking infrared or FLIR cameras can detect polar bears because they are warm bodies against the background of snow and ice.
See that different colored spot? This image, taken from a plane, shows the heat from a polar bear's body. Under the right circumstances, FLIR lets scientists catch what they've missed with the naked eye. It's been especially helpful in locating occupied dens under the snow. However, FLIR is not the best for searching for bears across the expanse of the pack ice. Imagine you have to search a large area to find a lost dime by only looking through a soda straw. Eventually, you might find it, but you're only getting a very tiny part of a really large picture at one time.
Simply counting bears is just too great a challenge, and even technologies like FLIR will miss polar bears out on the sea ice.
The most accurate counts of polar bears have come through a process that's costly, time-intensive, and potentially dangerous. But over the past decades, tagging bears has proved the best way to count bear populations from year to year.
By physically placing a number tag on the bear, we're assured that that bear is accounted for and that it won't be confused with another bear. If we place a radio collar on a bear, we can get a handle on its movements from year to year and understand how those movements may change as the sea ice changes in a warming environment.
Of course, there's no way to tag an active polar bear and live to tell the tale.
Instead, researchers use tranquilizing darts. Once the bear's sedated, they're able to apply the tag without any harm to the researchers or the bears.
A tagged bear can yield years of ongoing information about general bear numbers and movements. But now, thanks to innovations in satellite technology, that flow of information is breaking new ground.
For years, we've been putting radio transmitting collars on polar bears with excellent results. At first, we followed collared bears with airplanes. Their movements, however, were too great to effectively follow by airplane. Newer satellite radio collars allow us to follow them anywhere, and we can get daily transmissions. It's GPS for polar bears. At any time, we can pinpoint the whereabouts of a collared bear, and by collecting data over an extended period, we can start to paint exact pictures of bear movements and migration.
That's information that's absolutely critical as scientists try to gauge the impact of climate change.
And melting polar bear habitat.
Most scientists agree that the rising temperatures and the resulting loss of Arctic ice are linked to the buildup of excess carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere. A way we can help is to control our energy consumption and reduce our use of fossil fuels. Easier said than done? To find out, we put an average family to the test.
By most measures, high school senior Spencer and his family are already pretty conservative energy consumers. They keep the AC on a reasonable setting, they don't leave a lot of lights on. By average standards, this family is already pretty tight with a kilowatt. And here we have Spencer, the man in person. Spencer, we gave you a huge challenge.
You did. It was to get my family to save even more energy than we normally do.
And so what came first?
What came first is I had to learn a lot of power saving tips from the local power company.
There are quite a few things you and your family can do, simple behavioral things that will reduce your energy use. One thing I noticed is you have some ceiling fans here in the family room, and they're going all the time, but there's no one here to enjoy the breeze. Ceiling fans cool people, not rooms. So when there's no one in the room, switch off the fan and you'll see savings.
Okay. Other tips included turning down our water heater, running the pool pump for shorter cycles, turning off computers and televisions, and taking shorter showers, just to name a few.
Now, Spencer, I understand you did something really cool. You kept a video diary of the challenge week?
Yeah, I recorded as much as I could, including me recording our power usage during a normal week. 84531. All right, that is the number today. In a normal week, we use 663 kilowatts, but now, in this challenge week, we had to do better. All right, so day 2, turned off a lot of lights. That's most of what I've been doing so far. I turned off the computer after I finished using it. This morning, I turned off the water between, soaping up and this and then rinsing. Saving hot water was one of the toughest parts of the challenge all the way around. My mom's taking a little bit too much time in the shower. Mama!
What?
How long have you been in the shower now?
A Maroon 5 song, a Boston song. I'm hurrying.
All right, hurry faster.
Okay.
Thank you, Mama. See how simple it is? It's not that hard to, teach people. You're training. I'm teaching my family to be better conserving energy. Playing the role of energy cop meant I wasn't always the most popular person in the house. Haley?
Yes?
Who left the kitchen light on?
Not me.
Was it one of them?
I don't know.
But the family was more than willing to turn the tables.
Did somebody leave a TV on?
But I'm in my room. Thank you, Dad.
All right.
All week, we combined car trips and drove fewer miles.
Listen, you're walking home.
I'm walking home today. Because that'll save a lot of mileage. We used our washer and dryer on cooler, more energy-efficient settings. I also enlisted my dad's help with our pool pump.
Right now we've got it set. No, we've got it set 10 to 10. We've got it set 12 hours. So we're going to cut it back. Still got to maintain the pool, so it's got to run at least 10 hours. So we're going to back it off 2 hours. So there you go.
Unfortunately, we reset the pool pump a little late into our challenge week, but it was a start, and every little bit helps.
So Spencer, I am dying to find out, how did you guys do?
Well, we saved 123 kilowatts, and we drove 146 miles fewer than we did the week before.
Yeah, so was that what you were hoping for?
Well, by the end of the week, the number wasn't as good as we hoped, but it's a start.
Wait a minute, let's put things into perspective here. You saved 1/10 of an average energy bill in this region, and you did that in 1 week. Also, the more kilowatt hours saved means less carbon dioxide. Now, multiply that savings by all the households in America, and multiply that savings over the entire year. That's a huge impact.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. And thank you and your family for doing that and leading the way.
My pleasure.
And now the challenge really begins. We're going to put the focus on you. Julie Scardina joins us with the top 5 things that you and your family can do to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and make a positive impact on our warming planet.
Okay, I'm about to count down 5 things that you can do today to help reduce your carbon footprint and actually save money. And after each tip, we'll also share an important fact about the melting polar bear habitat, just to remind us of what's at stake. Here we go, starting with tip number 5, air drying. By not using your dishwasher's heat dry cycle and by choosing to air dry your laundry instead of using the dryer, that's a significant reduction in your monthly energy use. While you're considering that first tip, also consider this. If you took Alaska, Washington State, and Texas and put them together into one super landmass, that would give you some idea of the amount of summer ice loss from the Arctic in recent years. And now, counting down to number 4, phantom power. Turning off unused lights is an obvious good practice. But most people don't think about devices such as computers, stereos, TVs, and cable boxes. They may appear to be off, but they're actually drawing phantom power all day long. Plug those devices into a power strip, and then turn the power strip off when they're not in use. Here's why actions like that are important.
Studies have shown in the Hudson Bay area that polar bears are forced ashore earlier as the climate has warmed. This gives bears less time to hunt. They're forced ashore before they've packed on enough calories to make it through the summer. Here and elsewhere in the Arctic, polar bears clearly are in distress.
And here's tip number 3, thermostats. Your thermostat is a powerful tool for energy control. A programmable thermostat can reduce energy use when you don't need it as much. Setting the thermostat lower or higher by just a few degrees can reduce emissions and save energy and money. And don't forget, your water heater also has a thermostat. Most water heaters are set way too high, wasting energy. Have an adult lower it just a little each day until it feels like it's just not hot enough. Then raise it a little.
A growing body of evidence has suggested we've got malnourished bears clear around the Arctic. In certain areas, we've seen underweight bears, bears with smaller body stature showing changed behaviors, even some bears digging through thick sea ice in order to try and catch seals that are long gone by the time they get there.
And now for tip number 2, energy-efficient devices. Older appliances and devices just don't have the same energy efficiency as newer ones. When it's time to replace an appliance in your home, look for this sticker, and then look for the highest energy efficiency number you can find. Refrigerators, washers and dryers, and heaters and air conditioners are some of the appliances that use the most energy.
If polar bears are in trouble, that's a sign that the whole ecosystem may be weakening. The algae that live on the underside of the ice, the bacteria, the small shrimp-like creatures that feed on those, the fish, and the seals that ultimately feed the polar bears. If polar bears are in trouble, it can be an indication that this whole system is crumbling.
And finally, our top energy-saving tip, and maybe the easiest one to do. Replace your existing light bulbs with energy-efficient bulbs. These often use less than 1/5 of the energy of regular bulbs. Energy-efficient bulbs also now come in all shapes and sizes and can replace nearly all of the lights in your home. I promise you that just changing all of the light bulbs in your house will not only reduce emissions and energy use, but you'll see a big difference on your energy bill. Well, that's it for our top 5. And when it comes to how you can help save polar bears, it's all about reducing our carbon footprint and slowing climate change.
And we hope that's the message you take away from this edition of Saving a Species. The adjustments we make in our own lives can have a direct effect on this magnificent icon of the Arctic. There's no animal in the world quite like a polar bear. And with our combined awareness and efforts, we can preserve this animal for generations to come. We hope you'll visit shamotv.com and learn even more about this amazing animal and the effects of climate change. You can also become a fan of the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund Facebook page. Until next time, I'm Bill Street, saying thanks to our friends at Polar Bears International for their help, and thanks to you for watching and for your part in saving a species.
there, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Welcome to another edition of NASA 360. All right, some of the talk around NASA's water cooler these days is about going back to the moon. And guess what? Much of the testing and hard work is going on right now. I mean, we already have prototype rovers, habitats, and vehicles built that are giving us a better understanding of what's going to be needed to make staying on the moon a reality. Now, of course, most of the testing can be done in NASA's labs, but there comes a time when you're going to have to take that hardware and put it to the test in the field. Of course, NASA's on it. Johnny Alonso followed some NASA researchers to a remote testing area to see how these new lunar rovers are being put to their paces.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever taken a minute to think about how flawlessly everything must work when we go back to the moon? I mean, think about it. Everything from rockets and spacesuits to rovers and habitats all must work perfectly. Oh, and let me tell you something. The moon isn't exactly the best vacation spot either. I mean, it's got like 0 oxygen, minus 250 degrees on the cold end, and upwards of 200 at its hottest. Oh, and let me tell you something. When you're on the moon, you're like 240,000 miles away from Earth. Yeah, so when we go, we better make sure that everything works exactly the way it's supposed to when we get there. Think about it. I can't even pack for a short vacation here on Earth. So here's the question. How do you pack for a trip like this and make sure that everything's going to work exactly the way it's supposed to on the moon? This is the exact situation that NASA's faced with right now. In the near future, NASA astronauts are going to be returning to the moon, so all their equipment needs to be tested here to make sure that it's going to work up there. To help test some of this equipment, NASA set up this really cool facility in a place that kind of resembles the moon. Where? Well, not too far from Seattle, Washington, in a place called Moses Lake. That totally fits the bill. So I flew out here to see what NASA's testing and to check out some of this equipment and how it's going to work on the moon. I'm here with Lucian Junkin. Thank you so much for giving me time today. Thank you, bro. And I'm here with Chariot. Why don't you tell us about Chariot?
So Chariot is the lunar truck that the lunar architecture team that is comprised of engineers and scientists from all over the NASA centers. They came together and they basically advised headquarters as what they think we ought to do on the moon. So they commissioned our team to build a lunar truck.
The Chariot has a really unique design featuring 12 wheels driven by 2 electric motors through a 2-speed transmission. This truck is really versatile. It can be used as a bulldozer, pushing with up to 4,000 pounds of force. And it's also pretty fast. Well, fast for the moon. It's able to reach speeds of about 15 miles an hour. It's designed in a way that allows the steel alloy frame to be fitted with several different crew payload combinations, including a small pressurized cabin and a sample collector, so it can serve in more than one function.
We took lessons learned from the rover, from the trucks here on Earth, from Sojourner, Spirit, Opportunity, all different sources to come up with this. Can I show you this real quick?
Sure, absolutely. Thanks. Thanks, man.
So this is the turret that allows the crew members to turn left and right. And then these are all of the controls that they have at their disposal. And similar to some of the software that we use, we have a button that we can actually toggle through the different pages that the operator can use. You can see this is a compass with an overlay of the land. And then probably one of the cooler features in the drive mode is the ability to go from vehicle mode, which means the front of your vehicle is this way, to a turret mode, which means that if you press forward on the joystick, then the vehicle will go forward to the operator.
Oh, wow.
So you can actually go forward and then turret, and the vehicle will strafe that way. So there are a lot of neat things that you can do with craft, just similar to a truck.
A truck, similar.
One of the key components when designing the Chariot was to have a vehicle with more wheels than a traditional lunar rover. NASA learned valuable lessons when the Mars Spirit rover had trouble with one of its 6 wheels. Even though the wheel could not be fixed, the other 5 were able to work, so the rover is still working fine, but is moving just a little slower. So with that in mind, NASA planners decided to build the Chariot with more than just 4 wheels. It would be pretty tough to have to change a tire on a 4-wheeled rover on the moon, so more wheels the better. The Chariot also can be the ultimate lowrider. It can lower its belly to the ground, making it easier for astronauts in spacesuits to climb on and off. Individual wheels or sections can be raised and lowered to keep the vehicle level when driving on uneven ground.
Let me show you one of the suspension modules.
Sure.
So this is a suspension module, a wheel module. This is an active suspension and passive suspension. Aaron, could you raise the, so you can see this coming off the ground.
Yes.
So each of these wheel modules are independent. So that means all of them can pull up and lower the belly to the ground.
Another cool thing about the Chariot is how its steering works. Called crab steering, the vehicle is designed to drive into the craters of the moon. If a slope is too steep to drive down safely, the vehicle could drive sideways instead. No backing up or three-point turns required. The all-wheels, all-ways steering also could come in handy when unloading and docking payloads or plugging into a habitat for recharging.
The lunar architecture team right now has it where we put assets, lunar trucks, athletes on the surface in mid to late of the next decade, 2016, 2017, to do civil engineering construction work, basically berming and leveling. And then the crew arrives in early of the next decade, 2021 or sometime in there.
Quick question, why standing instead of maybe sitting?
We could have designed a sitting turret, but standing, you get a better field of view. The suits are more friendly to standing up.
I feel it. Okay.
And so operationally, it's easier to stand. It's like asking why do you stand when you cook. It's just something. It's just how it is when you're doing those types of activities.
Quick question: these rubber wheels.
They're not going to the moon, Johnny.
I didn't think so, man. Talk to us.
So the reason we use rubber tires on the 1G prototype lunar truck is so we can try out different treads on the thing because they're readily available. We're also in the back rooms at NASA developing wheels that are made out of Kevlar and titanium that will be more space-worthy and space-like, going to the lunar surface. So these pneumatic rubber wheels won't do on the moon. The ones will really be titanium or Kevlar or some other composite material like that that can take the hot and the cold of the ground.
Lucian, thank you so much for your time, man.
Thank you very much, Johnny. Thanks for coming to see us.
Definitely. Hope to see you again.
Take care.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is NASA 360.
Okay, here on Earth, if we have to move heavy payloads or structures around, all we really need to do is surf the web, right? Type in moving company, heavy equipment company. Well, what about on the moon? On the moon, it's going to be very different. So what are the astronauts going to do when they're up on the moon and they have to move things around? It's what NASA's working on right now. One viable solution they've come up with is to build a really versatile vehicle that can accomplish a lot of different tasks. This new vehicle is appropriately named Athlete. Here's Johnny with the Athlete test lead, Julie Townsend, to tell us all about it.
So I'm here with Julie Townsend. Julie, tell me about Athlete.
Athlete is the all-terrain, tech-slimmed extraterrestrial explorer.
Okay.
It's a prototype for a lunar robot that would go to the moon to carry an astronaut habitat as a mobile home for the astronauts on the moon.
Oh, cool.
This one is getting ready to do a demonstration. We're going to demonstrate, we have two of these vehicles here in the field right now. We're going to be demonstrating how well we can control them, how well they can keep the habitat level as we drive over different kinds of terrain. And the accuracy with which they can dock the two doorways of the habitats together to form a larger habitat.
Wow, and I mean, how many people can fit in one of these?
Well, right now it's probably about the size of your like 6-person camping tent.
Okay.
But this is a quarter scale model of the one we'd send to the moon. So the one we'd send to the moon would be 4 times bigger in every dimension.
Okay, so this is a prototype? Or
this is a prototype, that's right. This is a concept development. So what we're trying to do here is prove that a robot like this can do the job and do it well.
Okay.
So that we can prove that it's worthwhile to fund developing it into a flight mission.
Okay, so that's a habitat where people can live, right? What else can Athlete do?
Well, Athlete is kind of an all-purpose utility vehicle.
Okay.
So it's got the flat platform on top, which the Habitat is currently mounted on.
Sure.
We can mount other kinds of payloads on that Habitat. In fact, we did one test this week where we actually mounted the LaVergne crane on top of it.
Really?
Right, and then that's a bit too heavy for us to lift in Earth gravity, but the idea would be that athlete could carry that kind of a crane around on the moon. Also, because each of the legs has a full 6 degree of freedom manipulator with a wheel on the end, when you set the athlete down on the ground, it can sit on pads on the ground and become a platform with 6 fully articulated robotic arms. And on the ends of those limbs, we can actually attach tools, like grippers and drills and things to do a bunch of any sort of different activities on the moon that we want. It's a very versatile vehicle.
Very slick.
One of the things that it can do, because it is so easily manipulated, we can move it around so many different ways. It's great for payload handling. So, for instance, say we didn't want to carry this Habitat around, we could put it down, we could pick something else up. And we've done demonstrations where we've shown how an athlete can drive underneath a lander and pick it up and drive it around.
Yeah.
We've even done one demonstration where we used the 2 athletes cooperatively, and they picked up a payload between them.
Really?
And manipulated it onto the ground. Not the most efficient way to operate, but you know, it was really, really cool.
Yeah, solid. Julie, can you tell me how are they operated?
Well, they can be operated in a lot of different ways. We're from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the home of the Mars exploration rovers, and we're very experienced at operating robots on other planets. So what we envision is that when the astronauts were on the moon, they would operate athlete locally and be able to drive the Habitat around. And then when the astronauts came back to Earth, we'd be able to operate them remotely from Earth to move them to another site. Like, so they could go to meet the next astronauts that were coming to land on the moon, or they could go to an outpost site to be collected into a larger Habitat.
Sure. So it can be powered from Earth as well as...
That's right. It could be controlled from the surface of Earth. It's actually easier to control a vehicle on the moon than it is to control one on Mars, because the light time, the distance to the moon is so much less that it actually takes a few seconds for a communication message to get from the surface of the Earth to the surface of the moon. Whereas Mars can take, you know, it takes minutes to a half of an hour just to get a message from here to there. So the benefit of having a vehicle like this for the lunar mission, that'll make it, like, help us increase our capabilities beyond what Apollo could do, is that being able to have a Habitat that can move with the astronauts will allow them to explore a lot more of the moon. They won't be as restricted to stay within an area close to their landing site. They'll actually be able to take their Habitat with them and go on much longer excursions.
So this is going to go with them, right? But if they're like on a day trip, I mean, could they attach a rover with them or anything? Or?
Well, actually, if athlete and the Habitat are like the robots or like the astronauts' mobile home, then the Chariot robot is like the astronaut's car or truck, right? So they would get into Chariot and possibly a small pressurized module that could ride on top of Chariot to go for short excursions. And actually there are plans for that pressurized module on Chariot to actually be able to dock directly to the Habitat. So these robots are a little bit more capability than you would really need here on Earth. But you need that kind of capability on the moon because, you know, if you're on the moon and you get stuck in a dune field somewhere, you can't call the towing company to come and get you out, right? Your robot has to be capable of getting itself out. You don't want those astronauts out there on EVA in their spacesuits, you know, putting boards under the wheels trying to get the thing out of there, right? This robot can actually, you know, if its wheels do happen to dig into the sand, it can pick up and start walking. You know, it can get up high slopes, it can go where the sand is really loose, places that a truck might get stuck.
Sure, full service.
Full service, that's right.
I love it.
Okay, so one of the first missions that's going to need to be accomplished is to find ice on the moon. Now, if we do that, we should be able to use it for drinking, to make oxygen, and even make fuel. Researchers believe there is ice in the dark craters of the moon, but we're going to need a really robust rover to get to it. Scarab is the prototype vehicle that's designed to do just that. Here's Johnny to tell us more.
Now, one of the things NASA's testing is for a rover that can look for water or ice, and my buddy Paul is going to talk about it. So, Paul, give us the lowdown on what's happening here.
Okay, so as far as the why to go look for ice on the moon, it's, you know, at first it sounds kind of surprising that there would be any, but there are actually these dark craters on the South Pole that never get light. The sun comes in this kind of grazing angle, never gets down to the bottom. So it's like the dark side of the moon, Pink Floyd myth. It's actually true in these things. But we've got just indirect evidence so far. We want to send something like Scarab into these craters to get direct evidence.
Really?
The useful thing about it is that you could actually break it down and use it as a resource, like not just as a consumable for astronauts, but as a fuel. So you could go there, fuel up a spacecraft, and come back, or maybe even go on to Mars.
Really? Well, tell us a little bit more about this.
Yeah, so we try to think about drilling as the main kind of driver for the vehicle. Like, have to design around this pretty big drill, something that's bigger than an inch diameter. Something that would be pretty hard to do by hand. Go down a few feet deep into the ground. And so we thought of this really slow, strong kind of machine to do this heavy task. So we designed it kind of like a donut around this drill. You can see that stand-in drill there.
Yes.
That's kind of to simulate the mass of it, so that it feels like it's there for the rover while it drives. But then, so Scott's driving, and now you can see that this is its kind of normal pace. It's driving out now.
This fast, huh?
This is about as fast as it gets, yeah. But it turns out it's fast enough to get the mission done. I guess one of the nice visible things about it is the suspension. I mean, you're seeing this kind of all the hardware that connects between the wheels. We kind of call these the shoulders, where it rocks around those shoulder points, and then this beam connects the two sides together. So that's all passive joints. It's worked out really nicely for us. Then one aspect we haven't talked about so far is the way it navigates in this total darkness. You can't just sit there and take pictures. There's no light basically coming. And it turns out if you want to take really far shots, see far in the distance, flash illumination, it doesn't work out very well.
Sure.
So we've been experimenting with some laser systems. So you are pointing lasers, shining out into the surroundings and seeing what bounces back. So these are two different scanners we've been experimenting with. This one's kind of been using as it's almost like a virtual bumper. It paints a laser line, a stripe out in front of it, a few feet in front of the nose, and makes sure that there aren't any big obstacles in the way.
Neat.
And if they are, the software sees that and responds, finds a better path. And then this is a much more complex device. It's really nice, called the TRIDAR. This one's actually it can get bigger scans, like really detailed, nice 3D meshes, these 3D maps of the terrain around around the rover, and then it can choose the best paths through.
So, bro, is this a test model or prototype?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of testing out an idea for how to do this kind of drilling and driving in these cold craters, dark craters on the moon.
Like here?
Like here, a little bit, yeah. I don't know why it's so cold.
It is.
So yeah, basically, as far as the background, that NASA's Human Robotic Systems program is the one we're developing this for. They came to us with the needs, what the rover would need to do, and then and so we're at Carnegie Mellon's Field Robotics Center, and so we came up with the concept, kind of in coordination with them, and then built it last summer.
Well, thanks for your time and for everything with Carnegie Mellon and having us aboard, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, bro. Check it out. You see some guys in spacesuits, but not all of these spacesuits are NASA spacesuits. Some of these suits are props. Right, props from a Hollywood prop house. Let me try to explain. All NASA spacesuits are pressurized, which makes them basically their own self-contained spacecraft. This pressurization is great when you're in a 1/6 gravity environment like the moon, but you don't need to have all the suits pressurized for this testing. So NASA had some unpressurized suits made in Hollywood. These suits are much lighter than the real suits, but can still help test ergonomics and ease of movement. A couple of other benefits of the Hollywood suit is that they'll be more comparable to the actual weight and feel of suits once an astronaut gets in 1/6 gravity. So astronauts will feel similar to the way it feels on the moon. And the suits won't have to be recharged like a pressurized suit does, so work won't have to stop as often.
Pretty cool, huh? Those suits are amazing. But obviously, real prototype spacesuits were tested as well. I'm going to throw it back out to Johnny again. He's with spacesuit technician Bill Welch to find out more about this new suit and how it's going to work on the moon.
So, I just saw you in the field wearing the suit. Can we talk about the suit?
Sure. The suits that we're running today were future lunar and Mars surface suits, test beds actually. We're trying to take and incorporate some changes into the suits that they didn't have during the Apollo days, which will enable them to be able to walk on the moon's surface rather than hop as they did before. The hopping, while worked better than walking, was fatiguing for the astronaut. It was very hard on the calves and the ankles. So in order to take and alleviate that, we've taken incorporated bearings into the hips and into the ankles of these suits to allow a more freedom of movement. As you can see, we have a bearing here, here, and here.
Yes.
Which allows for good freedom of movement. Another thing that they didn't have on the A7L, which was the moon suit, was the waist bearing.
Yes.
I don't know if you noticed while I was walking, but there was a lot of swivel in the hip. That's really big. That makes a big difference as far as comfort, being able to move freely in the suit.
Is it really difficult to get into a suit like this?
Well, no. The cooling garment, if I can take and grab one here. Excuse me, folks. This is the cooling garment. This is what we wear on the inside. This is being flown right now. This is used in the EMU up on shuttle and station. What we do is you can see all the tubing running through it. We pump cold water through that tubing to keep me cool inside the suit so I don't overheat.
No kidding.
Yeah. And as you can tell, it's fairly slick. It's a tight-fitting suit.
Right.
So we'll roll this ladder up behind. I'll take and sit on the seat. I'll hook up my water lines, which come off from right there, and then hook onto right here.
Right.
Okay. And once that is done, basically what they'll do is they'll just, my suit techs will take and grab hold of the toes of the suit and pull them forward, and I just drop right in.
Really?
And then once I'm in the suit, they'll take and finish up my connections. They'll put in my earbuds so I have my radio communications. My microphones are already in place. They'll hook up my shoulder pads. At that point, they'll close the back door, put on my gloves, get the airflow started, put on my helmet, pressurize me up, and out the door I go. So basically the concept of these suits is to be able to take and either A, leave them outside the vehicle and be able to put the back in. And we are just out here trying to provide the best product possible for the future of lunar surface and Mars surface exploration.
So this is basically like your own little space shuttle.
Indeed it is. It's our own little spaceship, just like the EMU out in space. Once they leave out of the airlock on the space station, they are in a spaceship. They have their telemetry, they have their batteries, they have their cooling, they have their air, they have everything. They even have the capability, should they come disconnected from the space station, to be able to drive themselves back. They have a little gaseous nitrogen rocket motor that is hooked onto them, and they're able to take and drive themselves back in an emergency situation. So yes, they definitely have their own little spaceship, and that's what we're working on, is having your own little Moon Mars rover.
Well, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Indeed.
Thank you, sir, right?
Take care.
Most definitely.
Well, today we saw some pretty cool concept vehicles that may one day be used on the moon and on Mars. And all that harsh testing we saw, it can only make the vehicles stronger and more reliable once they actually do get on the moon. And who knows, maybe one of you watching will be driving one of these vehicles in the very near future. That's it for now. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360.
So we mentioned the athlete was vertical.
We do it again? Yes, really.
If we have to move heavy payloads or structures around, all we really need to do is surf the wet. Bleh.
Some of these suits are props. Props from a Hollywood house out in... Do it again.
Catch you next time on NASA 360.
This is exactly the situation that...
He's with a spacesuit technician to find out how these suits are going to work and on how they're going to work on the moon.
Hey, how's it going? Let me ask you something. Have you ever taken a minute to think about how flawlessly everything must work when you go to? How do you pack for a trip like this? Nope. I can't even pack for a trip for...